Good morning, or whatever it is, wherever you are. We've got some data, and we have to get it back. So right now, yeah, because that was the old one. This is in the port. But what do we do with you? I think I kind of wanted to send it through as a JSON value. That's not great for the recommended way of doing models and messages. The other thing I think is that I might want to sort of have like a per request model that goes back and forth in the messages. So that way we can kind of keep track of, like, kind of give each thread its own little model. So we've got a request for that. We've got an HTTP response. Let's see, and this was the user ID. This was a tag for which request it was, which has to be a string because it's going back and forth, unless you want to do the encoder-decoder step for some sort of enumerated type. So right now this only comes in with the user ID. It would have to come in with the callback as well. I could maybe have some sort of wrapper event type. So the top level thing is that it's a result message. I guess this event handler could take that. So it would actually need a function that took two things. So it would always be sending that. So we would have like the model and well, I think we've got too many events. We've already got like HTTP request as a request kind of thing. So I want to move the user ID out to that. Env and auth are going to be somewhat more persistent state. I guess part of the question is, will every event from Lambda be associated with a connection? I mean, technically the decrypt events aren't, but we're going to have to do them in the context of a connection. We need to maintain that state. And then every request, so I guess this is our only I hit caps lock. Every HTTP request would have to have all of that information which I guess it could kind of be like an extra little thing that went over in the message. Which, I mean, for it, this would just be context that would come back. I don't think we'd actually need to be digging into it very much. That might actually need to be defined here because these events are going to be in terms of that type. And Lambda is going to have to know that the callback thing is in there. It's going to have to be able to give us the, I mean, we could take the user ID as a separate thing and then make our state. But that would give us a message without those things defined. And otherwise, I think that this is like user ID is like always definable if you thread it through like that. And I see we've got HTTP request and we've got, so I think in an HTTP package, you can just have request. In here, you kind of have to that's fine. HTTPS. And then handler needs to be updated. Okay. So request is going to be potentially we could do some sort of state tracking there as well. Now, I suppose this could also be a thing like that, which might generalize a little nicer if ended up with like different kinds of requests. Could let you move into kind of a state type system, but we'll start with that. Yeah, so our first video event is basically going to give us just that state, and that's it. So you'd actually have nothing. That's not say part of the request. That stuff's still gonna have to send it back. That's a subscribe. Handler. You see, that's just an event. In and of itself doesn't say what kind of event. But we have to pass the callback, and if we have a general pattern for these, it's that it should include... We should be doing this every time. I guess if there's more, but... Kind of rather that was defined elsewhere, but we have to get... Well... I guess this could do just the session. Because that's when we would actually get it. But it's still going to have to know that when we do the... Well, I guess the command can pull it out. So that's a decoder of event, though. We need a... It would have to decode the state and... So a JSON decoder normally has a result. It is a value or it is an error. We're kind of trying to decode two things here. We have to decode the state and we have to decode the event data. Both of those could be results. One option is that we take an event that is a decode error and then if any result during the decode process is an error, we do that. So we have something like you. That's going to kind of apply to the entire thing. And then that can... look, it's a problem. If it doesn't decode, we don't have a request to tie this to. Which means you'd be back to putting that in each and every one of these. something that just be is a matter of threading some state through, but we could actually fail to get our state. So I have to decode the state that's coming back. Which will then put it inside the decoder. Which kind of does make it part of every event. Oh. And you should be HTTP response as well. And everything's gonna be broken now. So we pull out kind, we want to pull out the context information. So all of that has to get constructed into something. So either we include this with every version, or we have some sort of event state type that's both. And we put the entire thing in a decode error, so we won't actually be able to tell which request failed if we had a decode error. I guess it's just going to drop it on the floor at that point. Result decode.error event state. Now, now this goes into Lambda command. Wait, what did I... That does not. That's request. That's way the heck too much. I guess I'm going to call it state there. I should just call it state there, which actually means that request actually isn't as big a deal. So state decoder. Oh, I see. This was that. So you is the only event we got right now, so we'll have to deal with that at some point. So this is going to be of a user ID and you're going to be decode.map because we haven't fully imported these. Yeah. Pad status. Where is response? Okay, so you left that to be decoded elsewhere. How did we get down to a? And this is a map 2. So an event state decoder. Do I need to map, or is this just, I guess technically? Go to that map 2. It means we have no hope of decoding the state and not the event, which probably be the more likely place for that. So now all our signatures going back to the app have changed. It might be nice to do like okay state once. So update event, or update was message model. you're still going to have to be able to update model. So all that does is save us some typing. And then you do event, okay, of lambda.event state of state and event. Okay, so you do not get the user ID here. You get it from, actually, we're not even storing this in the model now. Yes, all of our interface methods need to have a this we're going to do multiple times. As an object, I'm going to need to get the user ID out, so I can't just pass it around as a value. And an object takes a list. No, it's a list of, if it's an object, it's a list of tuples. So when we make an HTTP request, Yeah, that was a maybe user ID, so that's not a maybe anymore. But you're also going to need a state to send. So does fetch token. Actually, state is probably the one we're going to want to. Lambda. We need to talk about, yes, we actually do have to talk about event state. So when we go to fetch things, we have to be able to pass that through. I almost think there should almost be a Lambda send wrapper that takes the state also. Yeah, so it says like all of its stuff. Well, I don't know. I guess when I was doing auth as an extra parameter, it kind of went first. Like if you were doing stuff to a if you were doing stuff to a state, it would be the last argument, so you can pipeline it. Which almost suggests that that should be similar for these things. If I did make that as a extra top level thing, I'd have to do something that was like kind state data or well, Lambda command has to take a value. I can't work around that. I could have a internal helper function. I don't think I could add properties to an already made object though. All right, fetch token. Fetch videos. Type state. That would be a type alias. Unless I do some sort of constructor for it. Okay, so this is handler. We did not update these. Okay, so it is Lambda. Ah, yes. All our error codes. Cannot find encode.value. Oh, you don't need to encode a value, it's just a value. Okay, so this is in Lambda. Videos still is. Oh, it's at the code map. Yeah, just. I think that would be succeed. So somewhere in here. Oh. Encode state. Needs to actually have the state. Udpate. No, something where we called it. Lambda.event event. Encode.error, lambda event. Okay, so your signature. Initial model. And I might have used that user ID somewhere. And that's state.user ID. Oh, and then you had that as a maybe. Which we no longer have to handle. But an object with the field name state. That's probably you. Oh no, you Lambda event did session. Which we would put into a state. Together with the stuff from there. But that means that's going to be a irregular decode. That one thing would have to receive that information, create an event state, which means I don't get to use the breakdown where we do kind and data. Separately from the event state, or from the state that is part of it. I'm also not sure what's going to happen if we ever have to handle the request that does username, because then we don't have a user ID. The handler itself might need to be a sort of any. But with the decoders, I don't know if I can actually like encode, say here, just take this arbitrary Elm object and stick it in a JSON value. I certainly couldn't decode it when we got it back. It's almost like we would have to encode it to a JSON value when we knew what it was, and then decode it back again to figure out what kind of request we had. That means our Lambda event function is right now generic. I guess I handled that one case separately. I don't have a good means to handle other kinds of requests. The kind Lambda event would have to decode into a state by itself. We've got that attached to there. So we have to do some sort of pre-check on kind, and then for everything else, we could do a stock decode. But if I start building event-specific state construction into there, it still doesn't answer the question of how we're going to handle username requests. Well, part of that idea might be that state becomes this kind of an enumerated type thing. So you have different states for different types of requests, request chains. So we'd have to say if it's an event, we'd end up looking at the event and decoding a state and tag there. To a certain extent, just the state would define the type of thing it was. And I guess it would just be event received, and the state would tell you what to do. That might be all I'm passing through. And I don't actually have any kind of like a type tag in there yet. So the event would just be like new event. Which would just signify that we got that state. That state would imply videos. We'd eventually have to add some sort of tagging that would let us identify the different events. But having the state be sort of enumerated type would allow us to do that if I had the type be a field in the state. Then I might have to deal with maybe using the user ID, because if we do like a username request. It's almost something to turn that into a positional type. And you see, every state's going to have a session, but only videos is going to have user ID. So it's like you've got state the parent structure and state the subenumerated type with event-specific data. I mean, we could define a state that was nothing. The problem with these enumerated types is that now you have to case off of this for every single thing you do. Which feels like it kind of convolutes everything else because I guess it's technically a possibility. If you've got some state, then that's context on every function. Now I've been trying to do the super generic HTTP response. If we had specific calls and requests for every stage of each process, you could know more about what should and shouldn't be present at that time. I was kind of hoping to make this somewhat of a generic Lambda system. And having to define these specific messages here doesn't really help with that. I would need to pass through event as a JSON value, decode it on the other end. The other end would have to figure out what type of request it was. But to pass state back and forth, it would have to be like it would essentially have to be a JSON value. Decide the cared about it decoded. And then you not only have possible different types, but you have, well, I guess the one interesting thing there is you can use this, if you expect a certain type of state, you could use a specific decoder. You still have to do the result there, but you can assert what the type should be, and then you don't have to handle, you just have the error case. You don't have to handle, like, well, if it's this thing, then this thing that only expects it to be in the other state is just going to ignore it. All in all, it ends up being an obnoxiously low-level interface. If you handled state as a JSON value, and the rest of the app handled the encoding and decoding, so we would get new event, we would get HTTP response. There would be a JSON value representing whatever context information we needed on that thing. maybe that could take over the state, the tag value that we're passing to HTTP. Now, when we ask for a response, we're going to have to pass some very, very specific state through there. For just the callback tracking, there's always the look-aside table type of thing. Then you have to pass around like a connection number. That means either the model or JavaScript is keeping around a table mapping those. This means you might want to do some kind of garbage collection. This is getting really specific. I didn't want this part to be specific. But that's not pulling out any parameters. So we have to put the event back in as the parameter. Everything else would not be decoding state. Do we even have event state then? Well, either every event has to... Yeah, it's a new event. We don't know what it is. Every event would then have to have some placeholder. Unless we made that like the... Everything is going to assume it has this state thing you can pass back and forth. So we do have a two-part decode. Well, we have event state, but it's always just... What does that look like? Encode state doesn't encode anything. It would just be... This would just be a value. And it would just go there. More encoding and decoding on the other end. On replies, I mean, that would... Now you see, this isn't necessarily state, this is the actual request. In that case, now do we keep an event state? You would actually be a new thing, but that if we did it exterior, there's no state to attach to new event. So you've got the information coming in, which on new event is going to include that session token. In fact, technically, you're going to have the event and that, which actually guess that means your incoming state is just the session, and then we pass other stuff back to the others. If it's different every time, you can't sort of use that centralized update event thing. Now, making it a generic value leaves some room to do different things in different places. So you would just be that, and you would have the event. The tag is a bit of a convenience. Like you could put in a custom state with a tag for HTTP events. Then you need custom encoders and decoders that deal with that. Whereas just having a string hanging out here means you can sort of match on the event coming back. But our state decoder is really just, well, it's a field. So new event would have that. Your state is just the callback. We still haven't passed it through all of the HTTP stuff. They really need that as a thing. So you are going to have our standard state. Now, we don't actually need to do encode and decode this most of the time. We could just kind of say, well, get me this value, get me that value. It's going to be a result. Can we use update event? It's not a lambda.state anymore. HTTP request still has to get something. Fetch video still has to get something. Fetch token. So this is where we would have to say, well, also we don't have lambda.videos. We have new event, which we're just going to assume is videos for now. And this state does have to become more complicated. Also, this is going to end up with our event decoder. New state. I guess I could have a package for just encoding and decoding this stuff. No, you're a tuple. All right, and we need a way to So this is going to be a decode value. I always forget the argument order on these. Which is probably going to be possibly all over the examples. That was the wrong click. Decode value. It's decoder first. Well, it's decode.field. We still have to deal with results somewhere. So if we do that, we could just drop the argument. I don't really know how else to deal with the decode error. And I could maybe just turn it into a maybe. But we used to be able to say, once we have that event, As long as it decodes, we have a user ID. From then on out, we can assume we've got a user ID. Well, I guess when coming in with the event, I actually don't have a method for doing an error response. That's going to be another problem. Now, technically this is in the request. It just happens to be the exact same thing. Yeah, wait, wrong place. Oh, and you know what? Technically, you are a decoder of string? Well, no. No, because you have to call it with the code value. It's like a decoder is sort of an alias for function of value, but it's actually like an internal JavaScript thing. So I don't think you can apply it directly. Now, of course, you also have to be applied to a JSON value. In practice. So you're either going to be okay user ID, which is going to result in doing all this stuff. Or an error Now, you are the place where we do new state of and the old state, which was actually the session here. When you come back and do this, oh, you need the user ID. We passed through the entire thing. But since it's a JSON value, we have no guarantees about it. Even though by all rights, we shouldn't have gotten here without that. I have no way to handle this generic HTTP response thing. And once again, we don't have any way to do an error response yet. I probably need to set up something for that. I don't know. Command message. That's the case where we actually expect to just throw up our hands. It was kind of nice when these errors got caught like upfront decoding, although I guess that's something that actually does need to event error. Well, if the decoding failed, we don't have a way to respond. Oh. Your state. Now you see, if the user ID is missing, there's a really good chance that our response thingy is going to be missing. Oh yeah, we don't have everything exposed here. And we've got another result to deal with. We need it here where it's not inside of that structure. So I might need like some sort of error response wrapper that will attempt to pull session out, because that's going to be the thing we're going to have to use in every other case. Well, oh, that duplicated in a really weird way. That's not just what dog to do anymore. I guess I can also do mapping of result things here. So like you're kind of a map of a success. I have to put it in a very specific position though. We need to deal with the error. And at this point, we really do just throw up our hands. I mean, it was already an error case, so... And I wish I could see a way to just preclude us from ever getting here. And I guess you could do upfront checks on our state responses. It's like there's going to be lots of times where you don't actually need to pull these things out of there. So when I need the user ID, when I need to do the actual response. Like at this point, it's just fine. Looks like this is going to have to be doing just as much valuing as anything else. Which I might have to see if I can find a way to extract that. That's really awkward. Oh. Error response session. Oh. All right. I'll be back in a minute. Lovely dupes.
Hi, Red Fox. How you doing? As you can see, I kind of sniped that buffoon off. That worked quite well. Oh! 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 Damn! Ooh, somebody clip that. Because that was 2 shots in less than 30 seconds. Let's do that. Clip it. Someone clip that. Someone has to clip that. That's an order.
Okay. Gotta go up. Haven't been in here yet?
Did you see the Krogan scouting out that big remnant boat? What if they get the weapons or something? They could wipe us.
Clean out.
They're never getting inside that thing.
Never. Ever.
Okay. I don't know what that... Oh! But I don't want to get any closer! I am not looking forward to this! Get down! Get! Oh! You fly hacks! You fly... Yeah, that was like one of those two. Fly hacks are like, probably like, because he said...
Alright, Liam. You've got to pick Bonnie up. Do you understand? You're right there. She's dying. She's calling out for help. You just have to pick her up. Just pick her up. Instead, he picked up Granite. He picked up Granite. God almighty. Liam! Oh my god.
And welcome back. So, may or may not do something. HTTP. And we're into JavaScript land. Okay, fetch token, expecting object with field named state. Oh, well, I messed that up. No, that might be Lambda. Yes, all my HTTP stuff isn't passing this around. So HTTP request got an info. Yeah. So that was just a straight up request. So every response potentially that state could be including, well, no, including the tag. No, it's nice to be able to just kind of decode that out and switch off of it. Of course, now that tends to be missing from every single response. So that kind of works. We could potentially send our event response. Passing around per request state. Really not liking the handler code. Is there any way to deal with like this kind of stuff up front? Then we come down here. We just know we've got a user ID. So one way to handle this in regular Elm would be to say, fetch token model and new state. There would be some sort of, there would be a message to send. The message could be a partially applied function. A partially applied function could have been partially applied to the user ID. Saying, okay, we're calling back, and this is all the context information for that. But that's already in like sort of Elm land. If we enforced state to be a certain thing up front, we could check that in one place and reject it early. But that wouldn't let us deal with different types of messages that needed different types of context. Checking the request data is reasonable. That's coming from the outside. This is our direct response, but now we're dealing with a whole nother thing, which, if we sent that request, should have been known. But there's no way to send a typed thing back and forth through a port. Even if I did a typed thing, I'd have to do some kind of switch to see if whatever state I had saved was the right kind of state for this kind of request. Now, fetch tokens is a somewhat generic operation, so that would be an opportunity to say, oh, well, it was a videos request, so we do videos. And the videos request might have typed information about what ID it was for. That would mean keeping some sort of... We'd have to keep a list of outstanding requests and send some sort of... It was this event series token. I basically turn your state into an int or whatever. So if something came back, you'd have to look it up in your state. That could fail. Then you'd have to decode what type it was. Which would have you doing about as much stuff, although it could give you a single switch for the type of thing to do to follow up from fetch token. So either the decoding can fail or the lookup of the typed information can fail. We could eventually construct our states and our encoders, decoders, so you would get the same kind of thing as you would get from either looking it up or from encoding and decoding it. I could do a sort of thing that decodes everything in state and use that as some sort of wrapper that's like, well, decode the state and it's a result. So if it's there, we map the result onto this stuff. I could maybe set it up so it's like respond with state, and then there would be a single error handler. Well, it'll have to be respond with videos request state. And I don't actually have to do this more than once right now. So until I come up with a better solution for this, we might just have to live with that. Meanwhile, we do have the ability for you so right now we're debug logging it to try and send a response. Now, most Lambda things take a state. Well, you need at least the, or should be taking a state. HTTP request took it last. Muckiv, thank you for the follow. Probably doesn't want to worry about what's there. That our error response, maybe I should have a send response that does similar things. We're not just going to have that directly. We're going to have something like this. It's not going to be a reason. It's going to be also a straight up value. You are going to be the already decode. That only would work for the videos request then. Maybe. This is technically value to value it works, but it's real loosey-goosey. Doesn't seem like this is going to extend well if we try to do additional events. All right, so we've got HTTP request. Okay, you're going to have probably quite a bit less. No, I'm gonna be able to use some of this. Stat data. Oh wait, no, you're gonna be session. And then we have a command. Now, do we even need a sub-function for this? Oh, so I guess error response will be a thing. Because we'll want some way to be able to pass. Well, does it take handler? Well, we've been using that callback all the way through, so we're kind of assuming that it will take error at some point. So that's a regular response. And then our test should just print that out. And we still have this quite right. Lambda. That's why I don't like using the same terminal for both of these. Bye. Reset head up one. Okay. Now, yeah, no, I don't want just that. I want... Oh, I guess I'm already in handler. Code videos. And... Shoot, I can't just wrap that up, can I? I'd first have to turn it into a tuple and then into a list of one. If I wanted to do it that way. So I don't see how we can do that without having a function of some sort, at which point I mean, I guess that sort of works. Okay, so there's that, I guess, because it's technically a different argument. Well, I could pass error and data in a literal interpretation of that. I could call it a result. Send result. The error would just have to be a string, though. Unless I did some sort of enum for like decode error and HTTP error and all the things that it might be. So either Lambda takes a result and possibly sends two different messages depending on that, or we just have two different messages up front. Hey, New Duck, how's it going? I'm burning my head and still making code I'm not super happy with. Yeah, kinda I guess I haven't been feeling super tired today, still a little foggy-headed though. Looks like it might be a nice day. Let's see about opening the windows later. Uh-oh. Is this a code situation or a personal situation? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. That's... Well, I mean, at least they didn't sue you. So I've heard of that before. I'm not really sure what to do with that one. I mean, you might have to see if you can search around in more security-focused forums to see if there's any kind of standard procedure for that kind of stuff. Yeah. Because there's always the just publish it. I mean, you can try to document that they ignored you. I guess there's also the question of like, how bad is it? So yeah, yeah. Because on one hand, there's like if you expose it, damage could be done. If you don't expose it, people who find it can do damage. Now, are you sure they actively blocked you, or could this possibly be like an unattended mailbox or something? Because if they don't get a lot of reports, I could maybe see the reporting mechanism getting kind of forgotten about. Okay. That's... Yeah, I don't... I mean, maybe that's just they didn't know what to do with it? Or they thought it was like a threat to do something? So for our interface... The ICO, in charge officer? Well, I mean, what me to think at the company? Is that international computing? Yeah, I don't know. It's not what I know. Information Commissioner's Office. Oh, okay. Yep, that seems like a potentially relevant body. Yeah, actually, if that's in Europe, I guess that could be a I'm forgetting the name of the law, the data security or the personal data legislation. Security vulnerabilities could relate to that. GDPR, yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. So, assuming we're going to have two different things we send, it's really a matter of interface whether we have a a result to one public method or two separate methods. Mm-hmm. So I could have a response or a result. I just, how do I tend to call this? Right now I've only got this one, which is in fact in a result. Although if we passed that on, then that would be an error. And this is trying to get the session, which is not that argument. Send response is not directly in a result. I guess we could take the result, we could do a bunch of result mapping on it, and then we would pass through whatever error we had. Yeah, and all these are going to drop things on the floor right now. Ah, there you go. Because I could just kind of pass these things through. Well, you might want to pass that okay, because that's not actually necessarily a good thing. I see, we've got exposed problems here too, so I could do like response okay or response error. It would give you the possibility to feed a result pipeline in there, although I don't think I'm actually going to be doing that here. I guess at well, the funny thing is at the other end, they both kind of come down to calling the handler with the two different arguments. But I think it may actually be a different message to get it over there. Actually, I kind of would want to swap these, wouldn't I? Or these. Oh no, you need the session too. Because that we have to have. And then you could maybe use the result. Well, it would have to be map and map error, so it's... I know that gets you a whole lot. That at least lets you potentially map these things. And that one's almost a little bit worrisome. So you go, yeah, that's not going to type error at all. Oh, you are session. Okay, response. And then these are. So you're going up to there. Okay. Bye. Wish I could help more, but I haven't actually gotten into security stuff. Error response state. Right, so that's from a state, that's from a session. So since it's sort of named in terms of those things. I kind of don't like swapping the argument orders between kind of similar things, though. Now wait, you're going to be value. Which once again means we have no... Wait. Right, we're getting the session from the state. It's your string. Send response. So potentially this could go into the command slot then, because it'd just be doing the... I mean, technically I could make this like the resulting command, I guess. Because that would sort of pipeline. Oh, we did do it with default there. If we reported that as an error, well, I'd have to keep doing result.maps. I might need some sort of error tracking system on this too. String. All right, so error response. So session result, session error, Session data. Error, error, value string. It's going to be passed a value to error. 130. Oh, so you actually have to be encode.string. You're not getting passed straight through. Okay. Now, I've still got a lot of to-dos. Some of them are things I don't know if I can ever deal with. I mean, I could make this a log and return command none. But this really is a should never happen. That's probably also a should never happen. Decrypt env is something we have to deal with. Flags decode error is a pretty big problem. Reuse token shouldn't be too bad. So it says get a new token. Right now, auth equals auth, model.auth. So you've got the user ID right there. So state. So this is going to be this. Oop. X in the wrong place. Now the only way I have to test this we just call that twice. So why is that not an issue here? Because that's saying auth equals auth. That's saying it was model.auth. Okay, that's making it a secret. Turning it into a maybe. Storing it in the model. It's expecting a maybe secret. Oh, this is, yeah, okay. That was a maybe because this was just passing through a maybe here. But we're accepting that could have been an error. And we're just letting fetch videos deal with it. With a three-way state. Yeah, and these are both to-dos. If I passed in only a secret, which we assumed existed, this case would be fine. And this is a maybe, which we would then have to check that result and say, well, only send this message. Well, and this becomes a two-part thing. So it's real easy just to wrap another just around this. These are all things that should have been taken care of in advance, but you can't get a type that is only, that expresses the fact that we're really sure that this is going to be true. But your model has to be able to express that it might not be true. Now, there is a state of the model where we are not authenticated, and we have to get authentication. And that's your maybe. But we can't get all of this other stuff that's downstream from there. To be able to act with certainty. Because I mean, our JSON decoding might fail if we just got a response. So that is not certain. Everywhere we use it, it's going to be uncertain. Well, okay, so everywhere we use it up here, we probably need to be doing something like this. Except from here, we just tried and failed, so that's kind of a throw up your hands. So you're not auth. You're maybe auth, which is actually what you want. You're a definite auth, so I'd have to... The quick fix is to put another just around here. Or do model.auth. If I want to assume it, I have to do another, either a two-part case or another case. Well, dealing with the error here effectively gets rid of a to-do, which I haven't even used before. It's kind of it's such a punt. We fetch videos when we have auth. So that reports a particular error. That reports oh, we already logged token decode error. Then fetch videos takes a definite secret, and it passes that on to headers, which now only has to deal with env. So you're effectively token at this point, in terms of what that's doing. Must have over-deleted some stuff. Okay. That got rid of one to do. Well, no, I got rid of two. That implements token reuse. Not that we've actually tested that. Well, actually, you can sort of see that in that stuff. But our test script now, these technically need to be consecutive because these are all async. Okay, Lambda event, fetch token, fetch videos, fetch videos. All of that. Implements token reuse. All right, so if we do not get required environment variables, we basically crash because we can't do anything. If we have completely messed up our session and cannot respond, we have no way to indicate an error except a crash. If there's an encrypted end, which we will have on Lambda, but we cannot test locally here. Well, we can test it up to a point where it crashes for not having the appropriate keys. Which did I call these? I did, and then encrypted. Which, since it's going to be garbage, we'll go back to the plain values. The dummy values. All right, so this should, we would hope that this just kind of said, cannot find module AWS SDK. Well, wasn't exactly where we wanted that to fail. And this is assuming a node environment. I mean, it's going to fail pretty soon, but okay. It gave me a package lock, but not a package. To do in modular handler. Wait. Plus debug region to string region. Oh, to do in modular name. The region is handler. And I'm just pointing to the line where that came from. But that says plus message. Oh, no. And then, okay, there's the message. Oh, so the region is handler on line blah, 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 which apparently includes some... Oh, no, there's the new line, new line. So that is at least where we wanted it to fail. So if we get to this point with an encrypted end, we've already kind of messed some things up. One, we see get a new event. Yes, this is a multi-state process. We first have to decrypt one. Well, I'm debating if I should... I was kind of leaning towards doing a generic decryption mechanism. But I've defined my state such that it cannot store partial results. Well, I guess that could be my state that I'm passing around. I'd have to augment that and do encoders and decoders and stuff. Or we just have a thing that's like, EO, get me the decrypted env, and do all the things you need to do for that. Which we can't do until there's a request. I suppose I don't even have to boot up the LMAP until there's a request. All right, so there's the handler. Then we could go back to this stuff. These, I don't think these involve any super crazy stuff, and we're gonna have a function like this. I mean, maybe you could set it up so that it immediately called a port callback. I'd want to rearrange this a little bit probably, because we would have to have like with LMAP that only did it once. Or the Elm app has to manage. They call it decrypt one, call it decrypt the other. And if it's a generic decryption mechanism, we're going to have to inspect some kind of state to figure out where the heck we are. I guess it would have to have a tag like HTTP response so we could keep track of that. Mm. It's going to be similar for any multi-step process. But right now, the step-by-step thing is especially inconvenient because we don't have a form of our model that can represent a partial. When you decrypted one of two strings, you could set up your decrypt to take two things at once. That would involve less chaining. It would make it less of a generic decryption mechanism. I guess it could technically be a list, couldn't it? That might be some hairy stuff on the callback end because the decrypt call itself is async. So like the decrypt function would have to like do one and then take the list, remove one, pass the rest to the callback. Because you're going to call back into here. I guess if it had a list, it could call itself with the reduced list and the ultimate callback. Well, no, you'd need two lists. You'd need the list of encrypted values, and then you'd have to have the list of decrypted values that we're building up. And then the final result of that would go back up. That would be only one step. So on this end, we'd have like a lambda dot decrypted. So I don't have any kind of tag of it. It means you can only call decrypted once. And if it's just a list, then we have to do positional assumptions. Actually, I know that you can do like matching with some list structure. Can you do a list of exactly two things? You know, if I end up printing messages, I don't necessarily want these things in messages. So you're just going to be another JSON value. Well, I guess it could be a list of JSON values. They'd still print from JavaScript, but of course, then we have to handle, well, what if we, well, and we have to handle that. All right, so that establishes some of the interface for what we expect. It's going to say, hey, that doesn't exist. The other part of what we expect Okay, so we got a user ID. We're going to assume it's a videos request. Auth doesn't matter until we have at this stage, we don't care. Although I might want to only pass plain stuff down from here, similar to what we did before. Well, actually, in this case, we are going to need entity client secret. Thank you. Lambda.decrypt. Now, were those secrets? Those were secrets. Lambda should probably be able to handle, I should make it able to handle those. Although I don't know if the secret module has the hooks for that. Okay, you are a fully opaque type. You don't currently have any means to deal with that. Encrypted no tag result. Are you a result? Surely decryption can fail. And I'm not sure what the error is going to look like. All right, Lambda event, HTTP response. Oh, you're into state too, aren't you? Well, it should be just this stuff. So it's like it is a value, but I don't know that we can encode it and decode it without adding helpers for that. That's theoretically sendable. We still haven't defined the function that actually sends it. Yeah, landscapers or landscape maintenance. So HTTP request. So you actually should take, because we have to thread the callback through. So you need that, and we were saying that ends up last. I'm not completely sure about that. Is the call okay, actually? I've not done secrets here yet. If I do make that secrets, then I can deal with it. So we want something kind of like this. State, state. Encode.list. And does encode.list actually need the, might be list of blah. String, int, float, bool, null, list, yeah, list of blah. If it's currently formatted as secret, then we have to do actually, can we turn this around? List.map. Actually, encoding them as value would have like no effect on JavaScript. I'd have to do the type things to have like a secret to value. Wait. Should that be secrets, or should that just be like values? And then we get a command. Now we have to clean up all the messes. So that's bad syntax. It would be convenient to be able to pass that in. Decoder. Decrypted. Decode. That's doing values. Oh, you're still going to be a field. I think. Not that is going to fix syntactic errors. List value. Map needs the second argument to be string. So it's like, doesn't like that entire thing. Result string. Oh, right. The type for decrypted. Or, right, because the decryption itself could fail. And we just sent separate messages for HTTP. Since they're all formatted a little bit differently anyway. We might be able to get a type match. Doing that kind of thing. Okay, there's encode. No, you're there. You're there. List encode value. A to encode value. Code.list. Well, there's A to value. This bool list. Oh. So you actually don't need to do this. And in fact, we could do this here. So it's basically got a built-in map to it. Value to message, which probably means I didn't pass the state. So this was doing state blah. This was doing... So I might need to fix that consistency-wise. Now, you also need the... Really? Where do you go? I'm starting to want to do a lot on that. Well, it would have to be like new state, which has already got a new state. And right now, I don't even think that we'll get to making any calls. Okay, we received the command to decrypt two things. So we have HTTP request. Okay. Encrypt values. You're going to need a state. All right, so what we've got right now is a thing that decrypts a single value and does a callback, which you might be able to reuse that. So do we have something like... So we have decrypt value callback. Oh. You're actually going to be an error. So we decrypt one. This has to deal with the errors. I don't know about you yet. Because this doesn't have a callback. This just has to do something to Elm. No, actually, if we just call, it'll do the next one. So I guess what we really want to say. And what was it? Lambda event. State. So if we have an error, wasn't something a result? Will this still be the same message? Well, I don't know if I was doing that. Well, I was expecting that to be the terminal case, all of those. So I either need to decrypt values. Yes. Do we have a separate message for this? Because it would, instead of having a decoder that like tries one thing and tries the other, that would give us a now. I'm not entirely sure what that error is. I think I'm probably going to get it printed elsewhere. But that's a unknown. That will be an unknown response, and it's going to fail right now because we're not hooked up to Lambda, which I guess is a decent test. You're pretty much just a value, assuming that we got back some sort of exception. Means we can't print it from Elm. No, I said that the error was going to be a string. I don't know if that works on exception objects. So map call produces value. We said it was going to be string. Decryption error. This will probably fall apart at the Amazon SDK not having its keys. Oh. Oh. Okay. Invalid ciphertext exception. Actually, it is an invalid ciphertext. I'm surprised you didn't complain about not having the key. And the ciphertext only exists on Lambda right now. Probably if it doesn't match the key, it will still say invalid ciphertext. All right. So I think that is in Lambda. So we've got encoded values. The ciphertext refers to a customer master key that does not exist. Does not exist, you're not allowed to access it. Yeah. So that means that it is working up to a point. Are we actually set up to properly handle that if it worked? No. All right, so what did I type these as? I don't know, maybe I need to get out more because I haven't been feeling super rested. I mean, I've been doing some Step Mania, but there's like no farmer's market to ride to. So not nearly as much biking as good weather would normally bring on. Although the weather's been on and off. It's been raining a lot the last week. And they cut my hair. I haven't yet. I might have to invest in a shaver and just pull out the scissors. All right. Oh, okay. Well, maybe it's all falling out. So we said that decrypted is a list of values, which if we got it from JSON would be easy to pass through as values. That means I'll have to JSON decode them here, but that means that this message wouldn't potentially leak some stuff. Uh-oh. Well, that means you don't have to worry about haircuts, right? All right. I need to grab these two things. Do I have the ability to... Yeah, I should be able to construct that. Yeah, env is there. It's a secret. So, model. Decode a string. And secret dot from string. And that's just gonna get kind of big and obnoxious. No, your comma. That closes the model. And then we pick up a bunch of this stuff. So we assumed that was correct, which means... Oh, no, this is an env plain. And right now, that is... What that's the entire thing we have to pass to there. So you are an argument to one of these things, not necessarily both of them. Well, it depends on if we've got it or not. on if we have model.auth or not. Mm-hmm. You will actually be for the updated state. So that one's fine. This one has to do like... No, we... I need the user ID. I need to check the auth and do two different things. You only matter for one case. Let's just do that. And if you are an error, we're just gonna have to throw up our hands. So we can see that that compiles, or not. All right, we left an extra bracket in there. Oh, you're a decoder. Oh, blah. And that's a result. That's a decoder. I could pass it back as strings, but then those will just be sitting out there if we ever print a message. Oh, end of decode flags. Yeah. I would have to like put it back into that format, assuming that's exactly what we're going to decode or decrypt. So we had videos request, which pulled some stuff out. Encryption response? I guess it would be another env. Kind of feels like we'd be almost duplicating a lot of stuff there. We're going to assume plain. This is going to be like a decode dot map to. This is positioned in a list. Do we even have that? Index. It's going to decode as, well, it would be a secret, which was a decoder we had in there that we would have to essentially duplicate, which is oh, I guess I could have done, man, it's not a decoder then. But we have to fire up decoders, so. Kind of makes me want to do the secret from value. What did I pass into here? That was okay as secrets. Oh, maybe this needs to do the secret mapping. It's decrypted, but it's still secret. And we moved that into here. Decode.list, decode.value. Decode.list of values. Okay. Field values, list of these things. Handler can now get those as proper secrets, and I didn't even need to make that function. No, it's not make secret. That we just did toString and fromString. Oh, you decode it as a value to be passed over. Secret re-encodes it as a value. So you actually want to do string and from string, because then secret puts it back into a value. Or it's safe, but it'll be typed coming over the message. Typo. Okay, so that compiles. I don't think it will have any difference locally, because we're just going to get a decryption error and not hit that code. So this is where we might need to look into other means of packaging this. Can we save as? Oh, I left it at 1. Request decrypted, fetch token. But it works. First. And I don't know that there's actually any. Well, no, there is a format change. Because these are now timestamps in seconds. And the other thing I'm actually going to have to work out is how you like do versioning in Lambda. Because I may have to have like a test version of this, so you kind of another gateway with different endpoints. Okay. So in general, I don't like it. It's feeling very convoluted for the state. So for local testing, get back to, well, if we actually want to test anything, we need to have a value there. So in theory, we don't need the code that does all of this in index itself. So I kind of think I'm not going to I don't necessarily need those. We reuse the decrypt function. We use HTTPS. We don't have a current token response here. We don't do that. We don't do headers. We don't fetch a token. We don't ensure a token. And one of these had spin with callbacks. We don't have a specific thing to receive them. We did not use this. Yes. That's what the whole decrypt thing was about. So we got all the secret stuff. Got the decrypt to bootstrapped there. We've got an HTTP request. There's a lot of different ways many things could have gone. From how specific your things are to, oh, what was my log? So the kind. That looking like an Elm thing? Debug.log kind. Just saying the event's coming in. So I guess maybe watching the responses is useful, because those are possibly somewhat more uncertain events. Oops, handler doing the yes. Sort of tells me when I'm making a request and for what. There's still a little bit of callback juggling in the JavaScript stuff. There probably could have been a layer where I kind of handled this on the Elm side. But tracking the state of this process through the messages seemed like it would be pretty painful. And that's printing the entire response. I'm kind of wondering if I shouldn't convert this to events with start and duration, because it's not really going to reuse any of the Twitch stuff anymore. Handler.elm is what's determining the format. Where are we mapping those then? Encode.videos. All right, this encode as its encode. And when we start looking at well, actually, it is schedule graph that defines event. It's start, pause, expiration seconds. Which can it's all going to be JSON decoded anyway. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth fixing. All right, I haven't actually tested this. And this is very awkward. Uh, doing all the stuff. Request responses. Took it even longer that time. The speed here probably has to do with booting up a brand new instance, which I guess we're starting with like a little Lambda VM thing, and probably pretty good. All right. So we've got that. That's enough to technically do the extension. We've also got the ordinary version. So we have to deal with multiple event types. We need to look into versioning, API, gateway, and or Lambda for release management. I mean, I guess if Lambda is really different, well, Lambda has stages. So technically you can like deploy to test, deploy to that doesn't help with Lambda though. So like I wouldn't actually be hitting this if I went and hit it now. So I need to figure out how to, because I have ID event only from the extension. I've got ID fetch name and username look up everything. And those used to just be separate calls. I mean, maybe I am prematurely optimizing to think about making something that's not just a separate ID lookup call. And we actually want to be running this through CDN because all of these are going to be pretty static. You know, maybe take a 24-hour cache. Even an hour would probably keep it from getting crazy. So I need to be able to differentiate these, and I have to be able to track that state internally, whereas right now I've got a state where the state is just a JSON way to code is needed. So for sort of standard cacheability, I'd want each of these things to be a separate API gateway endpoint so it would get cached that way. I guess technically I could do username lookup as redirect. I don't know if Elm would handle that. Maybe the CDN would just handle it. Front end handling pre-decoded timestamps. That might actually be the next step. And then to get it fully working, we have to deal with this. So supposedly the first API test window is in about an hour. So I'm going to have a whole bunch of tests, apps to run through tests there. I guess I could also cache inside the Lambda handler. If we got under significant traffic from any particular user, then that might tend to stick around. Although that could also end up bloating the handler. So I don't know. I imagine we've got pretty restricted memory. So then we have to get into like cache eviction and stuff. Anyway, I've got the So we've got the test window coming up. Yeah, probably be doing lunch and stuff in the meantime. And I can go in there and run through all of the other apps to see if everything's working. This one is still maybe a couple days from being able to work out of the extension mode, and then I have to solidify everything to actually update the extension itself. But that's it for now. I might actually have time to do some stepmania. Yeah. It's about what I would have done it. But thanks for the subscribers. Thanks to everybody who hosted me. Let's see if I have anything to recommend. Actually, there's been some other Elm stuff going on lately. I didn't see it pop up. This is about when I'm usually on. This is the app we're working on. Let's see. If they are, they're not on yet. Because I do sometimes end up going later if I'm more caught up in something. What other coding do we got? Which, one of many things I've not been keeping up on. Well, that looks like somebody reviewing Ludum Dare games. That would be interesting. Someplace cool to hang out. Ambadev is someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye, and until next time.